Okay, live again. So let's continue what we were doing last night. So I have implemented the mandatory parts for about dissecting the chunks, the data chunks. Just a quick recap for people who are just joining. Let's open one of the CSV files. Toronto 2010. So we converted the CSV file into a JSON file which is just sort of happy news, except we still have to make sense of these comma separated values designated for each one of these weather events. So far I've done this mandatory part, and this part is the addition variable part, and we could have many more than just this list. So that's where we are. We are trying to implement kind of parser. So this is the mandatory part, 6 parts here. Yeah. And then I moved on to AA1, AA2. There are actually 4 parts like that, and I wrote a group function, so it's typical like AA. You passed which one of the AA groups you want to read, so that I don't end up writing 4 different functions, something like that. At that point, I thought that I should maybe write down some description about these methods as they are mentioned here. I have a feeling I'm gonna have to refer this file later, because I think I'm gonna need to write something very similar to this in GDs, or I'm going to use JavaScript to do this job, but also create the noise map, describe these values. I'll describe that in more detail when we get to that part. That might take place. So let's look at these guys, wind data. This was several pages before this. Mandatory data section, here's the wind. Maybe we'll take some chunks out of this. I think one thing I need to do, which I'm not doing, when I return an object structure, although I know I'm returning 5 fields for wind, see here, it's 5 values comma separated. There's a total length of these characters. Maybe that is more important than the number of possible values, because when we lay them out to create, let's pull up our simplex noise, this guy, because I'm gonna create pixel values or noise values, any value between 0 and 1, different gray colors with the values that we see here. But the total length of bits, in this case, total length of pixels here, kind of need to know, so that after this block to this block, we have wind, and maybe precipitation, maybe pressure data, that kind of thing. So I need to know the total length. So that's what I should be returning no matter what. Besides this, I think we'll just call it bits or length. I think in some cases I'm already returning length. That might be confusing, so I'll call it this bits will be the total length here, so 4, 5, 9, 10. Why did I write 13? Because I was thinking of this, which may not be needed anymore. There's usually 3 characters reserved for identifier title, which is WND. So then you have like 1 character here, 1 character here. This is 4, despite the fact that there's 3. This is actually in 65. 4, 5, 6, we already did it. 7, so it doesn't add up. I'm making a mistake here. Let's, okay, one clarity. Oh, they don't actually have the, yeah, this is a mandatory section, so they don't count as the indicator. They actually count the indicators in additional sections like this one. So W and D is not marked. They actually come. We go to wind. Yeah, this one. So I have to take into account this too. So from 60 to 70, we have 10. Let's also count the number of chunks. 1 chunk, 2nd chunk, 3rd chunk, 4th chunk, so 5th chunk. So we do have 5 chunks, 3 characters, 3 characters, then 1 character, another one, which is this one. Then you have 4 characters here, which is this, then 1 more, that's it. The confusion was the fact that mandatory sections, they don't come with their identifier abbreviation, but I thought maybe they were. So 4, 5, 6, 10. So 10. Okay. Correct. We can also do another double check here from 60 as index to 70 total position, so it's 10. That's fine. I think I'm going to skip the JS docs section here. Maybe we'll revisit that. This is the cloud ceiling. We need to put bits. Let's look at the bits here. 5, 6, 7, 8 bits. Let's double check. From 70 to 78, it's 8 bits. One thing I did wrong here though, about the quality. I assume it was a digit that I'm actually parsing. But then I remembered that they can, sometimes they are not digits. In this case, they are digits. This is actually okay. But in different sections, the quality code has letters after 9. So that is a bit of weird case. So I'm most likely going to write error check. I'm like failsafe method that in the quality value, if we don't see 0 or 1, in other words, if we see suspicious or erroneous values, I'm gonna have to take action. So since some of these sections in later parts include letters, maybe I shouldn't convert these numbers or these values into integer numbers. I should just leave them as string 1, string 2, so that I'm making an, which means this quality is just quality. We should not parse it. Neither is this one parsed. So you just read it and you output it. The data conversion in this part. Because this has to be integer, this has to be a float value. Type is also third part, which is type. Yeah, this is also mostly okay. So I think this is really done. Quality, again, we don't need. But while we are here, let's double check. So the first part is the meters. So we are parsing it. Quality code, same idea, we don't check. Determination, again, just it could be string. What the time it is. Don't touch it, it's done. And kwalk is also moving on. Visibility. Quality parts, don't check. Bits. What bits do we need? We need 6 bits and then another 3, it's 9. Here's a test case. I think this is what I was doing, right? Spender. Of course, I'm not in the right folder. I need to be in resources, data. Don't think I'm in the right folder again. Geography matters. Module not found. Spender. Climate data. I think I pushed it finally under climate. That's it. So now we get to see string 1 in the quality sections. We are now outputting the proper values for the first 3 cases with the bits. So this is going. These bits will be important when we create the correct pixel. Something happened to my computer. Yes, I'm still streaming. The screen flashed. I don't know. Hope I'm still online. It looks online. Okay. Weird. Forward. There's some weird application kind of open taskbar, but let's hope it's harmless. Visibility done. Temperature. Temperature quality is also required to be converted. It's kind of makes sense that data itself is holding its bits information. Because if I keep that somewhere else, then I need to cross-reference. Temperature is... Here's the reason why I'm actually talking about this. This is when it's going to be important. Well, it was sort of important here too, but it is really, really crucial to discuss it right now. This temperature could be minus or plus. When you see this, you divide this by 10. So this is not 6 degrees, this is 0.6 degrees. Here's another temperature value. This is 1.6. Let's say hot summer day, somewhere in the middle of the mile. This is June 10th. Nope, sorry, this is September. June 27th, temperature. This is 22 degrees. Now, Either way, now that we convert this into something in other words, the converted value doesn't occupy 5 bits. And it is the same issue here too. And it is pretty much the same issue here too. Because when we talk about wind, this 3 characters, it's the angle, it's the direction. So if this is 90 degrees, it's from east. If it's 180, it's from south, that kind of thing. So there's a possibility that when they type 040 or 045, it's from northeast. So what happens to that 0? When we parse it, 040 or 045 is just 45. In fact, let's actually create a case. This is 220. Let's find a case where we have the wind direction, this one. Just need to know the index of this. First month, 23rd, so because everything is going in order, this might be it. Let's just output this. Apparently I'm 1 off because this has to be 1 down. Or not. Oh, this is day 23, not just hour. So 24 hours times 23 plus 13. Retired for the day. Minus or plus this. 560. Let's go with this. 100. Probably this one. Am I really that off? Okay, direction 90. Checks out. I'm probably in somewhere else here. Are we counting day 0 as... Oh, I see. I'm way off, like 24. This might be 51. There you go. Yeah, we are here. I think. Okay, the point still stands. At some point here we have 080. Necessarily this one. Other parts of this. They don't map. This 240 doesn't map to this 360. Either way, something similar to this must have had 080, so that when we parsed it, direction, now it's 80 degrees. So I have lost 1 bit of information. So here's where this whole strategy kind of goes pear-shaped. If I'm supposed to take 3 pixels here and think that that's the direction, and I have to account for, let's say, 220 degrees, right? But by just reading a certain value 80, if I think that it's the length is 2, I just drop 1 bit of information. Then things will start to sort of approach, you know, there's going to be a cascading effect. How do I... Because this is all nice, but it's going to be counterproductive in the end. think there's almost some need to say something like, well, just like you are giving the total number of bits, you gotta give the number of bits each one of these will occupy. How do we tackle this? I'm almost tempted to do the conversion here. So here is what might happen. Let's stick with the wind. Okay, according to this document, the wind direction could be 1 degree or 360. So in the end, I'm trying to fit 360 values to a noise map. And since it's all white and black, it only have 255 colors. So when we have to normalize it, so that means whatever value I read is going to be mapped to 255 values. So if 1 degree is mapped to 0 and 360 degrees is mapped to 255, anywhere in between I'm going to find the fractions. So because it's going to be a decimal value, 0 point something, that's just a color value. Then I'm going to mark a pixel with that color value. It's sort of the whiteness or the blackness. Then I don't really need to know the number of bits for that property. So now that might work for positive values, for values that are always in the positive. Let's discuss temperature case. According to this document, the lowest degree you can ever have, or maybe it's measured, 93.2 degrees, and that's minus. And also it could be as hot as 61.8 degrees. Okay. So now we have to map 255 into this larger gap. And we have minus and plus values. And how do you reflect the minus values? In a noise map. The challenging problem. And you might be wondering why I'm trying to convert all this data into images. Here's a good reason why. If we keep the text files, these data files, just for Toronto, we are looking at 128 megabytes. So that's a lot of uncompressed data. That's just one city. What did I say for wind? It's 10 bits, right? A1 is 468 bits. I do have something like A1, 8 bits. And I think I put this at the end of one of the files here. Having this here. This is to count all possible identifiers. Possible identifiers. Trying to see the total number of bits. So can we sum this? But sort of comma expand them like you kind of consider it as an array. Of course, you won't do that. Assume you're doing it. Forget that. Undo. Okay, just undo. Let's write a formula here that expands this. There's such a thing called expand. Exponential distribution function of something like split text by split character delimiters. Split this guy. Delimiter is this, and see the problem is this is going to be a variable length. Remove empty text. So can we read about this? Split by each. Whether or not to divide text around each character. Divide text. I don't really know what that is. True by default. So you are doing it anyway. Whether or not to divide text around each character contained in delimiter. Around each character. Sorry, but that sounds like a developer English. Text around each character contained in delimiter. No idea what the fuck that means. Is there a way to I'll just do the dumbest thing ever. Insert one here. That's it. I will pretend that I will have 20 fields like this. Just do thing like this, except go. No, not that. From E2 to whatever. AH2. Go nuts. Good. Except this is not. This is what AH3. So let's check. Luckily, it doesn't go that far. That's the bottom of the list. So we are safe. And let's got E90. No, D sum. Enter. The worst case scenario. Well, this is not true though. If it's AA1, you can have 8 bits, but you have multiple identifiers. You have AA2, 3, and 4. So it should be times 4. Let's add one more. Okay. Actually, let's do one left. Possible identifiers. Bits per identifier. This is sort of, maybe this should come right after bits per identifier, but this is sort of looking to the right. Total, essentially this times this, right? You do this, except This is not really what we are after. This was just a raw sum up. Why is this so fucking high? T90. Okay, because you are. So you should just smarten up. Do something like this. So yeah, out of possible 17 bits, because this one is only one identifier, you could still have 17, but look at this case. It goes up to 27, this one 56, so there are some horrible cases here. So add them up. In essence, you could have 2250 possible bits of information. So it's like we are going to look at a 4K file, right? This is like the number of pixels in essence. If only I knew that some of this was not necessary. It might be. I have no idea. Well, I do have some idea, but it requires a bit more research. For example, this is a mandatory section, but let's assume let's look at something like this. Liquid precipitation occurrence. I would say this is something important. That how much precipitation there will be, the depth. Okay, this is kind of important. Now, there are some sections in this. Luckily, we just bumped into that. But this is not that important because this data is already provided in the initial AA 1 to 4 section, and this is just sort of like a shortcut thing that is marked with AP 1 to 4. This is usually not in the. So then maybe we'll ignore this. We look at AP1. That's 24, But 81, 88 is hefty, right? So this one. Present weather observation, automated. This seems important. Whether the weather is foggy or there's thunder or hail, that kind of thing. This is something that is. So we cannot really ignore this information. But what to ignore and what not to is we have to be a bit more educated about these cases. Which also means, look at this example, AW. Do we even have AW here? We don't. So we may actually think this is important, but maybe it's not present in the data. Maybe for this hour, that value has not been issued with AW. It's not even in this file. And this is the case for Toronto. Maybe it is issued for a different city in the world. Either way, the problem is still representing decimal values in a meaningful way. So I could try to sample 4 cities, 136 files, because I know there's an extra one I created. Um, these files have header here. Actually, yeah, you can see the header here. So after SLP, till you see REM, there are those additional sections. I have a feeling these IDs are not the same among all the CSV files for each city. I'm also suspecting that they are not even the same for all the data files, same city. So what I'm going to do, I'm questioning whether what I'm going to suggest is going to make a difference or not. I want to sample the possible number of additional sections that are in the reports. Would that give me an idea about what has been deemed as important, so that they are parts of the or do I make my own informed decision here that I say, this sounds important, I'll try to seek this in the reports. This almost seems like a much direct, informed way. However, assume I deemed it important, in this case AA1. Okay? This is good. We need this. We found it. Back to square one. We found it. We are parsing it. Some numbers, bits. How is it any different than just holding the wind? We know WND always exists. In fact, A1 could be optional. Imagine I found it or I didn't find it, but I know that I will always find this, but I don't really know how to represent this part. So the solution to this problem is going to solve it for all cases. So how do you represent negative data? I could hold another pixel right before the value pixel, whether it's black or dark, or minus or plus. So sort of sign indicator. Noise map, negative value, negative values, negative noise problem, like this. Found that when you put negative numbers into the noise function like x of or y of, the noise function converts them to positive numbers y. And this is exactly the question we are asking. In fact, this is what I do know. Yeah, noise cannot go into negative. So, I mean, this is only for processing, which is a different, it's kind of like a programming language. Yeah. I think I'm gonna have to put some kind of sign there. What is the best way to deal with negative or zero values collected in? I'm thinking that's not really negative pixel values. I thought about color channels as well. Maybe let's ask the same question again with the assumption that we could use a pixel to mark the sign. Let's go say here we will have so we could have grab some pen and paper. Are we still trying to map all these possible values into 255 range? I think we shouldn't. I think what makes sense here is this. Since this is going in both directions, right? We'll mark the sign in 1 pixel. It's going to sound a bit dumb, but I think I need something like paint. Might do. So in 1 pixel, so remember each row will be for a specific hour. Let's say this is my pixel values, and here's a just draw angle. Thank you. This one. Yeah. Say this particular pixel is marked fill this in. Main brush. Yes. I just want to draw shapes. No fill solid color. Okay. Dude. Yeah, fucking fill it, man. Whatever. Okay. So let's change this color to some gray color. This one. So let's assume black is all normal. It's plus colors. Okay. So if the sign is positive, let's imagine the temperature is reading 22 degrees. So we will read as value 220. So we'll just say, well, 220 is the value between minimum 0 and maximum 618. And that range should fit into 255, and we do normalization. So we are going to get some kind of gray color. And the intensity of that whiteness or the blackness or the grayness, whatever, is this pixel. Okay. Now, the next hour, say the temperature dropped down into the minuses. And if that's the case, not new object. Show a new object. Okay. So in the next hour, okay. Since it's all white, it's fine, but some kind of white. Okay. Let's say that's minus 13 degrees. Okay, so we are going to read 130 in the range of 0 to minus 2. So we do normalization again, and we get to see a different gray color. That will be marked here, except it's the same gray color. Anyway, I'm fed up with this, so I think you guys are understanding what I'm trying to say. So for both values here mapped or normalized in a range of 255 colors, 255 colors, their sign here, their blackness or whiteness in the pixel before, is telling us whether it's minus degree or not. Which is kind of interesting, because now if you look at this temperature, normally this is 5 bits of information. We are reducing it down to 2 bits of information. We cannot get away without using a sign here. It's fine. But we are reducing the rest of it, 4 possible digits, into one color value, 0 and 1. We normalize it based on where it goes. So it's like, well, if it's in the minuses, then it's between 0 and this range. If it's in the pluses, then it's between 0 and this max. So The maximum and the minimums kind of mean different things in the 255 scale, which brings up another problem. What if it's the same gray color, just like we see here? Say they are both sort of 80% gray. 80% means a different value between 0 and 618, and 80% means a completely different decimal value in this range. So we gotta be aware of minimum color or the color or the fractional value back to the real decimal value. We cannot assume the same 80% will map to the same numerical. But it's an interesting concept. And I'm confident that I have seen min and max values for pretty much everything here. Makes me happy. So then this is gonna map to 255 values. I'll have to write a lot of test cases to see if it's actually, and then I have to read back from the color value to map its original value. Let me do a quick spot check. Send maxes. See, okay. So in essence, am I even holding this one? Am I even hold the min-max information here? Or in a separate file where I have it as a dictionary, so I sort of the cross-processed files, and because I need a third file to write the conversion. Right. I'm almost willing to write it right now, kind of here, which is it's moving in really interesting directions here. Mandatory data section, sort of back to square one. Minimum is 001. This is considered sort of 0. Direction 360. 1 degree, and then it goes up 90. 180, 270, back to 360, which is sort of 0 degrees. Now, when we say direction angle is this, which is, this is where we lost it a bit. So when you parse this, you got 80. The dumb way of doing it is this, that I just say, well, divide it to possible 255 values. Correct, because what if the degree is 300 degrees? It's going to be more than 1. It should not. This is going to be the other way. We have possible 255. The highest value, or 0 is it. In essence, it's actually 256 values. I'm kind of. And you might be wondering why I'm actually saying 256 or 55 interchangeable. That's because to mark it white, black, or a different color. We are in the RGB space. So describe this. I think I described this in one of my videos. Just a quick recap, even to myself. Kind of know what I'm talking about, but I'm having a hard time displaying it right now. So in essence, when you have FF, it's the highest number you can have in hexadecimals. It actually is 255 in decimals. Maybe we do decimal to hex converter, decimal to hexadecimal. Maybe there's a converter, something like this. This is what I'm talking about. So colors are also 3 channels. You have RGB. When you have all the red, green, and blue channels all maxed out, you see white. So FFF, like FF, another FF, another FF is white. Part of this though, you don't really go with colors, but you kind of go with black and white. And any grayscale. So this is kind of what happens here. You simplified. You kind of drop the channels down to 1. I'll just be in the black, white and black space, this one. So between white and black, if I get it to an in-between value, look at where the red, green, blue channels. They are always copies of each other. That's why if you know this, you can drop the 2 other channels. That's why I'm insisting on having just FF. Just 1 channel is enough. That's why this puts us between 255 and 0. And in essence, in total, 206 values. For the preamble. Here's what's going to happen. This is still not a decent normalization process. The opposite effect will happen here. Earlier, when we had this number high divided over 255, we would end up numbers higher than 1. And it's going to happen in exactly the same way, even worse. When this is sort of like 10 degrees, 20 degrees, you will have a lot of. So at the end of the day, I'm thinking how there's a formula to normalize there's no shame in looking it up. Station formula. There's some multiplying, dividing over the difference. So x's normalized value, which is x minus the minimum. This is wrong. This should be maximum minus minimum, which is the range. Let's write a normalization function. Normalize what in max. This function is going to return what minus minimum over x minus minimum. I feel like I'm still missing something crucial there. So you are normalizing this. Will be minimum this, maximum this. Good. Hopefully I haven't left anything done. It's triggered again. Of course I did. 77. Yeah. Just put -1, so I'll come back. This is it. Now, we'll just put a direction fluid actual. That is just going to be this. Sense of it. Let's pull this here so I can compare. Oh, direction. Yeah, that has now changed. Okay, let's take this. Direction actual is don't touch this. It's that. And whatever that is, okay, is going to be 80. I don't want to find another section here that actually has a verbal value. I'll pretend it's this. So it's actually almost 50%, right? The question will be, this is the value we'll be reading from somewhere like this. That this should be converted back to this. Direction converted. Need to do some monkey business to take this value 180. So we need to do sort of like denormalization. We kind of need to reverse this process. This is a better, this is the accurate formula. This is, you can see x minus x min, max minus x min. This is wrong here. This is kind of a similar formula. It's not. This is the sample mean. This here doesn't mean the same thing as this x normalized. Mean normalized. So from here we are trying to go back to x. So we have we gotta do x new normalized times x max, x minus min, and plus x min is going to give us x. So let's try the denormalization. Denormalize. We are taking a normal value. We are also taking min values. We are returning normal times max minus min plus just the min. Okay. Here we denormalize this value. Minimum and maximum. Put a comma here. That's it. So this is the conversion that will be done in the game. This is the concept. So we are not going to mark this. We are going to use this information. Create the image. We'll read the real value back from the image. Denormalizing it. Let's see how this method is applied to something that might be negative values. See, here's another reason why we should actually go with a different scale, or we should consider the signature sign of the value. Because if you consider the minus values as part of the minimum, the max minus minimum, this is going to be more in the positive. Although it makes sense that the range is taken into account correctly, you're losing the sign of the value. Because it's going to be something like, well, plus 200, but the minimum value could be minus 100. So when you do max minus min, you're looking at 300 values. That seems okay, but where's the sign? It's lost. I think it is lost. Feels like it is lost. Let me do a quick check. Let's have example cases like plus 200 is max. Min is minus 100. And our value is so if we go with the normalization, we will have what is 50 minus 100 plus 100 now over max minus min, which is 300. So we are looking at 150 over 300, which is 0.5. And again, there's no sign. It already feels like it's in a positive spot. Okay, it's established. Quick break. I guess I'm gonna have to do this manually here, right? Okay, so let's look at the speed. And I think really we are done here with this. Actually, this is just going to be here. It's going to be 49%. This. Okay. Well, of course, this one was reading 80. 80 degrees, so that checks out. So I'm doing a very primitive math here. So it's 22%. So speed is not normalized. So let's look at the speed type. After that, we get to speed. Minimum maximum is 900 divided by factor of 10. So this is the value we are feeding in. However, here's the problem. You gotta be careful with that factor. Because now I'm dividing, my minimum and maximum are changing. My maximum is becoming 90. That's what I should pay attention. So, um, normalize it. So let's look at the real value. Right now it's 5.1 meters per second. Okay. Um, you normalize it. Say minimum is 0, maximum is 90 meters per second. Now, of course, have this on 5.1 over, well, the range is 90. We should get a result similar to 5.6%. Right? This is it. A lot of decimals, but this checks out. And of course, when I did 90, I should also include one less or more, whatever. This is accurate enough. Decimals here. Just curious if it's going to make it. Go the other way around. So it's just decimal, so it's fine. So I guess it's safe to assume that the wind function is finally done. Here is I will still try to keep the bits, but I don't think there is any reason why we should, because this is the value we will write. And I don't think we will ever write this anyway, so then this is meaningless. This is something that I will have to take into account later to check the quality of this data. Because in some cases this is other than 0 or 1, which means these values will be missing or something. I will have to find maybe the previous data point and then just replace the missing value with the known value. Either way, it's gonna boil down to this plus this. I don't think I need this. Height. So we're in sig. And of course, the other things don't have min-max. Just quality codes. And sky condition observation ceiling height. This might be important in the game. Here's a bit of a problem though. While I'm looking at this, if it's 999, what happens? Missing. But that's when I'm going to fill it with some meaningful value, which will fix itself. Now I need to write other systems. This file so far is assuming that every single value is legit. So after some trickery, possibly as a result of another file, you'd be left with an object like this, but only with two direction and speed. None of this should ever exist. And this is for a particular index, which is a certain hour of the day of that year. We came to this point from we have wind missing here, 999. Do I fix it here, re-export to JSON? So I run this. Need a reporting system first. Can you search in only? I think there's and if search in sheet 99. Let's say 999 comma. Counting down because it found too many and now it's how about 999 as a whole word instead of like doing this? If it's green, it found it. So if I scroll down, found here. Here's also another difference. It's N and C. So N is normal, C is calm. This is what I actually observed. When the direction is missing, this is 9. This usually ends up being C. So there is pretty much insignificant wind there. Let's look at the next bit, which is 1. Am I misinterpreting that? Yeah. So yeah, the speed is 0, and then this passed all quality control checks because there is no speed. Well, what is the direction of a 0 second wind? There is no direction. So you could consider this sort of 0. It could be any. Of course, the game has to know. It has to be some kind of value. You can't just ignore it as missing. It could be any degrees. And I could replace this with 160 previous value. Something like that. Because when the speed picks up, the direction will matter, and then the game objects will react accordingly. So if this is considered any degrees, as long as this is 0, things are not going to move anyway. So one thing I'm going to do, this one. Let's try to open this in Excel. What did I have? Save it as macro enabled workbook. Yes, I'm gonna want to enable those. Thank you. Something I want to investigate yesterday. Yeah, for example, the macro will be written over this because this is already sort of cleaned up. I'm curious, can I search things in to find within sheet? Look in search column. Find what? 999. Find all. $20,640. Match case. The match entire cell does not. I'm gonna have to think about this and come back. Stretch my legs, and I may have to switch my workflow to desktop Excel, then Google Sheets. I have to investigate the macros. Yesterday, we did some preliminary column renaming and value calculating here with the hour values and day values. This page, this one. I may have to replicate the same work here. And if macros are shareable between files, this kind of thing for each single file in the drive. Throw me nuts. Yeah, because I will have to copy paste the macros here because those are not shared among files. I'll be like here. See. Let's try the macros. So the very first thing we did was to open CSV, convert it to a macro-enabled Excel file. We saved it here. Okay, let's write the macro. We'll worry about finding stuff later. So first thing I want to do is find where I can record the macro data. They're usually somewhere here. Did I maybe miss it? Insert is just, okay, objects and such. It's not like you're inserting a macro. Okay, under view is macro. Okay, sure. Record a macro. Macro name. I called this yesterday NOA climate data simplifier. Or macro in this workbook? Nope. Personal macro workbook. There's also new workbook. I'm just going to make this personal. There's no shortcut key. Close description. Removes station data such as that, latitude, longitude, needed, and you could also have, I think I'll have to break it down to, well, see, this is what Google did. It messed up with the date column. I have a feeling I may have to do that here too. So before maybe there's not going to, but see, there's still going to be a problem, right? For my own sake. Because I still would like to have this kind of, for my own parsing reasons. So it does, it breaks down the date to hour, month, hour, day, and month chunks. Since we know this is all a year worth of data, I'm not mentioning it's all 2010. Hour, day, month, that's fine. And that's it. If we ever find other ways to parse this data, we'll do that, but I think we are okay with this because we also do normalization. I think this macro might be what we need at this point. Syntax of this name is incorrect. It starts with a letter or underscore. Nope. Doesn't include a space. Oh, verify that the name starts with a letter. It includes a space. Okay. So we do it like this then. It's still easy enough to read. Personal macro workbook. Here goes nothing. I do this, this, this. There was also this guy. and this guy, right click, delete LOD1 that checks out from yesterday. It's a bit of a problem. Still recording the macro, right? Kind of need to know the exact value, the exact formula to break this down. I think I already messed up. I think I did the breakdown first by repurposing some of the columns, then I removed the undesired columns. I also have to write another formula on a different sheet, so that only takes the items that are not part of FM16 or that are not marked with FM. Okay, stop this. View it. Unhide the work. We use unhide command. Step into. Sure, okay. One thing I'm curious about is whether I will have IntelliSense here. At least I'll be able to write some stuff later. Personal stuff. This. This is the file specific. This is my personal stuff modules, module 1, I guess. Yeah, I think it's good enough for now. But sure, stop it. Okay, I have to undo, to delete, which brings everything back. I like that. Change the tune a bit. Okay then. So I should still be recording a macro. And maybe I'll mix it all up like a... Let's record a macro again. Put it here, macro 2. And maybe call this something like a date expander. Make sense of it later. This is where we do the breakdown. date into chunks. Okay. So I'm going to change this to hour, day, month. That's what I'll do. Hour, day. Report type stays the same. I'll delete these two. So now we'll pretend that this is a formula. That there is going to be something like hour. Hour serial number of this value. Of course, now Google works differently than in this area. See, Google was not showing this as T here, right? It was converting this into a date. That's why it was possible to get the value. What is the a value used in this formula is of the wrong date. So you do format. It's been at least a decade since I've used Excel. General here, this one. Long date, short date, what's the difference? Preview is the same. Long date. This is still not fixed. That's the problem, right? Here it is. So then I guess I'll do something like split 2 into if there is such a thing called split. Can we get help here? Split. There is no such thing as split, I guess. Expand. Is it str, like string? Frustrating? Opposite of concat? Returns a text representation of an array. So text array. The list of range of text strings using is different. Substitute. Nope. I mean, sorry, but could it be as dumb as like convert date? Too few arguments. Date, year, month, date. Assume you're taking the date from there. Date value. Convert a date in the form of text to a number that represents the date. Okay, date value. D2. Then you take the hour value from. Okay, give up on the hour value. Just date value. Doesn't compute. Date text. And let's say because I messed with this one up. Let's take this. Because this is still string, right? I guess I have to press enter. Getting out of the cell doesn't do it. Help on this error. Help me out. Sure. Date value. Formulas. Date time. How about we do something as dumb as this? Replace alt text, which is B3. Start num. What? Start num. Questionable choices. Why would you want to? Okay, now we have to read the. Okay, we'll say this is 0, and that for the number of characters, we now have to take the length of a field so that we can finally pass the new text. Why don't you assume that I want to do the whole chunk, like make start num and num chars near the end? So let's just say alt text, new text. Length. But also, what are we finding? I don't think this replace does what I want. More functions. Do I have text here? Third function. Let's help on this function. Let's do it. Date value. I already looked into this, haven't I? Result. Okay, let's assume this is still correct. With this date value, date 360 time, different time value is. Yeah, this is a whole different game than what Google does. Well, looks like dinner will be served soon, so I'm taking a proper break and we'll continue with the frustration after dinner. Okay. Post-dinner frustration with Excel. It's um so we have a bit of a situation here with the date value coming in as string, which is kind of expected, but then Google Sheets, when it does the same thing, well, when it takes the same data in, automatically converts to some bizarre date time value, which was in essence a different kind of problem yesterday. So we had to do some other trick. We cannot do the same thing in Excel, so it really treats this as a string. In fact, I'm actually going to look at the CSV in really the CSV value for so the let's see, the date value. Yeah, the date value is actually coming in with T. So that's what Google Sheets is T and converts this into time. So Excel treats as pure string. So then I have to change my strategy here. So um, it's as if I'm just going to take some kind of regular expression here. And this is where I was reading possible formulas to parse text. Replaces part of a text string with a different. This is when you say, okay, start at this index, this many characters, replace the old text with the new text. So this is not what we want. Good, but I think there are better. This rept, it's whatever. Search. Substitute is basically text, old text, new. This text, find the old text, replaces with the new. Either way, I think I'm still gonna do something like, well, give me the separate this into chunks in essence. So kind of like, well, for this part, I'm interested in the middle section and the last section. So we are after some type of extraction here. Uh-uh. Proper. Nope. Number value. We will most likely need this if the text we are extracting still stays text instead of returns the characters from the middle of a text string given a starting position and length. We'll do this as dumb as it sounds. We will do something like the text start number is 5, characters is 2, which is giving us this. So because there is no index logic, so it should be this 6. So it considers this 6, like 0 is the 6th character. So it's not 0 in text. Fine. So that's, except this value is wrong. I'm looking for the hour value, right? Need to do 3 more, 1 more, Did I miss now? Yes, I didn't count enough. 4, 5, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12. Okay, yeah, checks out. So this is the hour value. Of course, it's gonna be. Of course, this value doesn't add up to anything. So that's 0. And then here we'll do value or convert the text to something. Or this. We'll double check this. Copy this. 10,000 records do this. Okay. Nope, not that. This checks out in my mind. Now, do the same thing for day. Except day will be 9. Copy. Checks out. 31st, 30th, done. Month is similar story, except it's 10. Sorry, 6. Copy this. 12th month. I think we are lacking music. Okay. Now this is still recording the macro. This is awkward. Stop recording. Okay. I'm actually going to stop and look into the code. View macros. This is the data expander step into. This is my original part here. Yeah, I did a bunch of monkey business here. So this is important. Range C1 select, D1 select, E1 select, and label them like this. So this is important. Then in the end, what I did here is this part. The range is an interesting dilemma. Because I want to always know how many rows. Does exam know that in row 10,001 we have no data? Select What if I simplify this? Something like, well, bit of manual process, bit of macros. What if I only applied a macro that actually did something like, well, relabel these and then paste 3 formulas here, and I will select that and I will apply it myself to the bottom. That might be good enough. Could we find it here? I think we could, right? So range, okay, let's do this. Range C1 select. Yeah, this. Then active cell formula R1C1 is basically relabeling it. Then do this, okay? Now you go back to C2, select, and active cell. Okay, here it is actually. None of this is important. This formula is also wrong too. So the formula we have is value mid whatever. Okay, so essentially I think this RC here is a relative column, right? You go this one. I think we could code that. So this is the last one is the one that I did for the hour. So this is the hour one, right? The one with the 6 is the hour value. Sorry, the one with the month is the hour value. The one with the 12 is the, do we actually have that? So this is the, okay. So we do have something like this. Not this. So don't do this. We just call this B2. Twelve 2, 12 12, yeah, checks out. So cut this crap. Because we are in C2 select, right? That's it. Then you do something like this. Except this time you do D2 select. Pretty much something like that. And in there you do 9. For day. And finally we'll do 6. This is still B2. And this time I can actually change this from. Select E2 and put the value B6. And then when we were done, we did some, yeah, this is where we were applying a whole bunch of things. So that's what I'll do manually. Assuming this works, let's save this. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. Actually, after all that, I can include this one too. I'm interested in deleting A and B for all this. F and G and I. Yeah, because those section 7 changed. And this is where we did the large scroll. Doesn't matter. This is still the list. This could just be edit here. You select all that. Imagine you selected it. At this point, whether you activated it or not is just a visual flavor. Let's pretend it is still there. And then you do selection, delete, shift, X1 to left, active window, large scroll to right, -1. This is actually taking all of it to the right. So do this right after this, or do all this before. Okay, which means we no longer need this. What do you mean reset my project? In other words, I don't want to. Okay, let me copy all this. You're feeling I'll be tricked into something soon. How about I just delete this? Set your project. Save. So here's what I'm going to do. Can I revert this file? Automatically saving it, right? That's the problem. Or not. Or not. Okay. So just reopen it like this. Keeps the same file. How about here? Version history. There is no history. What if we just close this file? Save. Excel is open. So this is what we will do. Let's open this. Sure. Do your thing. Okay, you are as messed up as before. This is okay. View macros. View macros. This is my fixed version. Run. It did some stuff. But see, the problem is now there is no longer beat. Oh, another big problem is when I apply if I undo, what happens? Because I stop, close. On this one. Okay, we are back to normal. View macros, view macros. Step into I don't think this is relevant anymore. Anyhow. So when I calculate the formula, and of course naturally when I delete the column, so the B2 is sort of non-existent. What I'm curious about is whether I could automate that do the 3 new formulas, but apply it all the way to the bottom. Can I get something like active cell or range sheet? active sheet. If active number of rows, anything, active sheet. See, there's active window. So that comes up. Active sheet doesn't bring up any. The reason why I'm kind of insisting on that, because there must be some kind of internal numbering system that when I do control down arrow, it knows that it must stop at this number. Number, rows, length, count. How about we do something as dumb as select range A, for argument's sake. Don't mess with that. I'm gonna comment all this out if there is a way. Is there this is VB script, right? I believe so. Log comment. You cannot block comment. Control K, then C to comment. Trying other shortcuts that I know in other Microsoft products don't work. Cannot block comment. So here's what I'll do. Fuck this. So let's pretend this is only doing what? Let's select something. Select C 10,000. You write in that active cell. Formula, right? There are different types functions here. Formula R1 C1. I wonder how many of these are calculating the value and making the value of that cell permanent versus keeping the reference there. Because I might be done with this if I choose a different formula. Let's just go with the dumbest formula ever. Okay. Let's put the rows count. 10,010. Save this. Go back in here. So anytime I run this, I'm going to have some view macros. Run. Cannot execute code in break mode. Open. Sure. I guess it considers as debug mode. View. It did something. Rows count. That's what I did. So This is what is probably the highest number of rows you can ever have in an Excel file, which is 1,048,507. It's the holy number. Step into. So this is actually not giving you the count. It'd be nice to get some count large. Let's do this too. How about we do save? How about we run this? Continue. Let's put 1, so we'll see what happens. Okay, so it's doing it. Okay. And entire column. Put this rows and run this. Argument not option. I think this was a method. Yeah, double check. Count is here's the symbol, and was save this, run. Argument not option. Definitely messing up with something. And dot. When I don't know what I'm doing. Rows. Total. This isn't that important because I already agreed that I might actually copy the formula. What I'm really interested in is that formula R1 C1 is are happy with or not. So I think what I should do is to get some help. I need I'll have to go to MSDN for this. This is the one. Okay, active cell and such. Let's see. We have cell things here. Cell format. Get the concepts here too. Cells and ranges. Fill a value down into blank cells in a column. Looks at column A. If there's a blank cell, sets the value of the blank cell to equal the value of the cell above it. Continues down the entire column. To each blank cell. Yeah, this is the previous row. Just need the reference section. Just this whole file. Okay, just the Excel. This is the graph bars. Exactly what I want. So how do we get this rows or active cell? So where is this? Object model application object. So I'm already here, object model. So application. Application object. Application Windows activate. Heat activate. Active cell, bingo. So then we will have methods like formula. Okay, active cell. We are in active cell, right? Yes. Somewhere here we have that formula as a method. So active cell is property of application. Which then has its own formula property. So you're doing assignments. Then we should expect to see formula here as, yet we don't. That formula may also act like a setter, not in the methods. It's unlikely it's an event. So then this returns a range object. Okay, hit range, select it here. This is going to have a property formula most likely and many versions of it. Okay. Now I'm making sense of it. Returns or sets a variant value that represents the object's implicitly intersecting formula in A1 style notation. So this makes it permanent. That's what I'm understanding. The difference between this one and without R1 and C1, this makes it sound like it actually makes it permanent. But I might be wrong. Let's read this. Using R1 C1 style in the language. So let's actually read the difference. If the cell contains a constant, this property returns the constant. We are actually setting, this doesn't apply. Again, this is returning, this is value, we don't care about that. If you set the value or formula of a cell to a date, okay, setting the formula of a multiple cell range fills all cells in the range. So again, what is the difference? A variable that represents a range. Pretty much the same. But local. What is the difference then? Assume that you enter the formula sum, whatever, in cell A11. You then open the workbook on a computer that's running the... I see. So it actually finds the local formula name. And this is the local of RC1. Still have... I think it's free to try. Assume this is it. Copy. This is still missing that the chunks. This is the part where it's important. Save this. Delete this, we don't care. Come here. This is still gonna mess up the part here. We'll have to figure out the total range. But this might be it. Run it. Yeah, it messed up. Yeah, it still can't find a reference there. It's going to be quite a difficult problem to solve. Which begs the question, why am I doing this here versus Google Sheets? I'm already done here. See, this is still researching. Just give up, buddy. Relax. I need some kind of reporting system that I think I remember the reason why I didn't want to continue in Google Sheets is because you cannot share macros among your files. So whatever reporting system I'm going to write here is not going to be applicable to another file in. That being said, doing this kind of calculation seems to be really easy in Google Sheets, or I haven't yet figured it out. But I kind of do this in multiple steps too. Maybe I'm being too hasty or feisty about it. Because in Google Sheets, I start with the raw sheet. It actually has the file name of this. Then I relabel it as sheet 1. It's kind of monkey business, which I'm done in Excel to a certain extent. Then I come here, create this without FM16, which could still be automated in Excel. This only pulls the rows don't have FM16 in its report type. So in essence, this is cleaned up, but I'm not cleaning it up in the origin. Only the necessary chunks. So I guess if I could replicate this workflow, reporting system by finding the file values in certain columns, and that here. So what are we missing here? Let's start again. Do not save, and you go and on this one, which just happens to be the converted CSV. So something as simple as yeah, we're also investigating how can I open this without sort of because when I just step into it, takes me into debug mode, right? Anyway, so I think this is what we can do. Active sheet, rename. That's something that I was discovering, right? See, this active sheet business is let's look at it here. Application object properties, active sheet. This should have returns nothing if no sheet is active. So you return this. Name is message box. The name of the active sheet is. Where is this displayed? Sheet name. It's not coming here. So what if we do something like sheet 1? I do this because I'm probably going to need this soon. So again, old formula is still in here. Let's imagine this is our macro. You just run this macro, which should just so the awesomeness will be continuing after I grab. Okay, so we did this. Could still try to look into this business mid-beat. Even if I do relative. Is there a way to formalize? Because I looked into this, say active cell, which returns a range, and range has a formula property. And Maybe there is a method that makes that range activate. Sort of like finalize, you know. Clear is obviously clearing it. Let's look at finalize if there's apply. Consolidate. Consolidates data. Not at all. Sources and whatever. No. The whole other discard changes, apply changes. We looked at apply. Allocate changes. This merge is going to be merge cell. Let's the merge that I need. This is different. Nope. Run. This is it's different. So then it's again kind of like, well, you make the formula, but sort of solidify it, right? So let's look up something like VBA, apply formula, but sort of we do that, it's going to not really what I'm after, right? Apply values, apply, not add value, assign value to cell, but calculate the formula, the value, and just make it permanent. Get, set, or change. Use the value property of this. Oh, that might be it. So instead of writing a formula, you calculate the value of the value. Yeah, and then let's copy this whole madness. So let's just say active cell value. In fact, this is sort of a formula, which is a string weird thing. Anyway, that's how about we just take this, cut it. Yeah, I do know that, sir. Thank you for your help. Much appreciated, but ignored. Just rename this and do this. And maybe if it's done, we'll see. So it's it's not really a line of command, right? The line of command is has to be here. What's the difference between this one? Oh, okay, it does it. Yeah, I guess I have to keep the line. Okay, so let's not remove anything. Let's just make sure the values are done. I have a feeling I don't really need this cut copy mode with false. Fuck this. C1, D1, E1, C2, D2, E2. Save. I haven't messed with anything except this is already going to be redundant. Done again. Let's do this. We're hoping C1, D1, E1 will be labeled, and then this is going to be calculated permanent, made permanent. It looks like a formula. I don't get it then. Which means if I now follow through, if I remove A and B, let's just do that. Are you going to freak out? And you will freak out. So what is the point? What is the difference between value and value 2 in terms of assignments? This property and the value property doesn't. We looked at the methods of range. Apply formula, tell, but then kind of make it. Permanently. Can I go about this in a different way? Don't save. And then open, of course. So this is good news, conditional formatting. So I can actually maybe find some file values and format them. That's good. This our business is not. You know, I'm not going to worry about this for now. I'll tell you why. Because I'm already writing converters. So many of these columns. I'm going to parse this in JavaScript. Just going to say, yeah, similar thing. I'm going to extract the hour, day, month values out of this. Screw this. Okay, I don't need to do anything here. So I can pretty much apply my condition and, well, this, except I need to remove A, not B. And in fact, we can go back to our original. So it's A, C, D. And of course, D and E. F is there, G. That order hasn't changed. We need H, so I is going, and then the rest is the last two columns. So A is also going. B is kept. B should be kept. That's the date. We need to keep that. Okay. So this is not what we are doing now. I don't think we need to activate anything. You just select and then remove everything. And I'm not even sure if this is a valid. None of this is important. Then maybe I'll trigger something about the conditional formatting. And of course, we'll do this too. I'm going to do this, copy this here, which is already here anyway. We only need this part. Save. It has not been touched, so run it. It's doing it. Ah. Let's double check. I think AL was the OD one. Perfect. Now I can keep recording more macros and to see if conditional formatting works. So something like, well, highlight certain cells. If the text contains 999 or 4 nines or sometimes it's plus 999. But I need to write another rule here. Can I be smart about this here? Say select all the rows where certain column is sort of this, like filter from. See if we can do this here. Here's sheet 2. We are saying that this is without FM16. Okay, this name will be important soon. And here what we do is in Google Sheets it's called filter. Type filter maybe. Search for a function filter. Filter, arrange, or array, but this is not the same thing, right? Filter in Google Sheets is filtering the cells, so you bring them in here from another sheet. So we need something like that with a condition. So cancel, go to formulas. It's sort of like lookup reference thing. Well, Okay, I guess it's the same thing. Filter. We do sheet 1. Just the sheet 1. This is going to be very similar to Google Sheets. Include here you are kind of done with 2 statements. It's like all the sheet 1, as long as the E column doesn't have FM16, not equal. Here it's our B. Right, it's B. Are you still there? Include. So we gotta negate the case here. Include an array of booleans where true represents a row or column. Not equal. Such thing not. If empty. Let's see this. Filter A5 to D20, this area. C5, C20, where's C5? C5. Equals H2. So filter all this. Pick the ones that have C5 value. From C5 to C20, well, values here are H2. So the way, okay, so I'll do it as from C to C. Google does it as from E to E. I think this is a similar structure in Excel too. When we say F to F, it's the whole column. So let's smarten up. We say include each one this, yeah, B. If empty. Where am I writing my condition? It's filtered. Where is the equality or an array of booleans? So I do something like this and I say M16. Invalid. Of course it is invalid. Ah, this is a negation. So how is this any different than this? This is where I did the smart. I would type something like not this, is this. So I'll trick it. Too many arguments. No, I didn't. Except not doesn't work like that. Okay, not equal, not equal. What the? Changes false to true. So yeah, this is sort of not equal. Is equal, equal, is. Just is. Could it be just if there is no not equal is a shortcut thing? But just if. Logical test. Value if true. Value. The problem though. The false value is FM16. I only want to include the values other than FM16. Not equal to in Excel formula. Striking equal sign. Greater than, and yeah, that's what I did. Not equal. Then this should have worked by all means. Really, sheet 1. How about you do something like, well, equals this. Still don't do it anyway. Is it this that you're allergic to? The first character is an equal or minus. Excel thinks it's a formula. Yes. When you type okay. So then maybe you do this. Type an apostrophe first. You type I am trying to type before. Then it isn't this. So then we do is like this. Is. There is no such thing. Equal. There's also that if empty part. Looking at this example again. If there are no apples, return an empty string. And yet you use this here. Okay, I'll be dumb and I'll say here's equal and return an empty thing. Just this. Still can't do it. So this is just a range. But look at it. It says false, false, true, false, true. False, false, true. You have an interesting case there. Sort of calculating it. False. I'll call it X because F's and T's are very similar. X, X, Y, X, Y. X is false, and then it's continued by. So, scrap. False. False. Did I accidentally type FM 15? Oh, it thinks of this as X2. X, X, true. X, true, X. So it is doing it, but it's not putting it here. Google does. Because all this. Oh, this is just a formula here, which is putting all this here. This kind of doesn't exist here. If I delete this formula here, all this will be gone. We are trying to write this. Sheet 1. Maybe this is where I was stuck in Google too. Whatever I said. Assume that you have a big range from B to AZ. Why B, never A? Because I was going to, yeah, I already took care of it, which I'm not. So I'm going to take everything in. So I'm going to take A from, I'm going to do something like A to AZ. Is that even a valid range? Let's do this. This is correct. Yet the value is all wrong. So do this. Okay, this is actually doing everything. Okay, so we have the result here. I guess it's really about selecting the proper range. Okay. And it's filling it. Good. Of course, it's lost the header. Where is the header? This has 10,000 lines. including header. Where are the records? Oh, my bad. This is actually okay because this is only giving the FM16 ones. I now have to negate this. We'll do this, enter. This is the only reason I'm using a desktop app. Pissing me off. Can't handle this. Smarten up. So we said 15,000 is enough because we'll never get to do it. Maybe this formula is not wrong. Apparently this range is wrong. Go back to sheet 1. You do something as dumb as this. I'll say, just to be on the safe side, I'll do AZ 15,000. Fill it in. Still wrong anyway. Was this equal? Sure. So what was it that worked? And then I'm still stuck. Just copy this. Something worked a few iterations ago. I'm undoing, but I don't think it's undoing. Doing remember seeing values that gave me hope and everything actually. This is calculated properly, which means it's able to read in proper order. Except it should be true, true, false, opposite of this. So let's try to do this at least. Okay, that's actually true. Now the range is foul. You do this, gonna smarten up? No. So you do something like A to AL. Doesn't work. So I'm kind of willing to do a manual process here, which shouldn't be done. Assume I have this many records. Now, if empty, what if you don't do this? If empty returned, no items are returned. Just we like XC. This range business is weird. How come it worked? What was it that worked? Fully cool? No. This is now empty. Filter used to return multiple criteria. Not even doing that advanced stuff, right? Filter AF A5 D20, same range. C5 to C20 is H1. Is this? And A5 to only the east and apple ones. So there's the multiply case here. So we do have equality here. And we do have equals H2. It's text value. This is essentially text coming in, some kind of value. And sort. Yeah, you just feed it into a sort. Dynamic arrays and spilled array behavior. I don't know, man. This is to work. I mean, I could put a dumb case here. I can say, let's do single quote. I don't think that's the reason. Cannot figure out. In fact, it did some monkey business. Yeah, this is correct. In fact, this is correct too. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm confident this is the right thing. The macro is still the macro. We are still going to do this. Relabel things. Save. What's wrong with you? It's not too hard to write this. Close this file. Yeah, you know what? Nope, I do not want to. Okay, close. Don't save. Put it. Run the macro. View macros. Do all this stuff. Maybe new sheet. Maybe you'll do this labeling too. Maybe we can actually do that without FM60. Then you come here and paste. You are not doing it. And in some version of this worked. You're not doing that. Maybe I don't do this. How come it worked? Hit this again. So the range is range. And here's the conditional part. My best guess is the number of rows here, A5 to D2. It's doing it like row by row. So then in this range, thinking does this row for its column C have that value? That's maybe what I'm missing. So when I do sheet A1, to E10,000, that's kind of what I want to do anyway, the range. And I'm checking if this row B it's not the same range though. It's sort of dumb, but like let's say I'm here. This is still my condition, so I'm going to copy it. What I'm going to do in here, I'm going to sort of like this, but 10,000. Screw this. Okay, so it finds this. Okay, it does it. I have to reverse this case, of course. Let's see if that works. We knew that worked. Okay. Now I have to make sure that my range is okay. So how can I, if I know that B2B is the range, see, my total number of records didn't read. So then I'm going to go with an arbitrary number. So say from A1 to, what are you doing? A1 to, let's saying AZ column, right? AZ. and the number of records will be 15,000, and I'm always going to put an arbitrary 15,000 here to satisfy the same number of records. This should work too. Bingo. At some point, I guess I must have had the same number and I missed that detail when I was switching to this not equal part. So this has 1200 and some odd number fewer records. So we should be around. Let's see, now it's also filling it with garbage data. The Google Sheets I kind of need to know the number of columns here. If I'm going to write this into macro, we come back to the same problem statement, which is if we are in the beginning of this, like, say, page, right? I have multiple pages going down, but somehow the program knows that I'm gonna stop at line 10,000 because I don't have more content. So internally, there must be some mechanism that I should be able to read. It's whether from active sheet or active something. And what is going to be active soon is some T. Okay, so let's investigate the total number of possible rows. Let's Google Microsoft product formula, VBA total rows. I guess I'm not the only one. Is the number of rows just over 1 million, but how to count number of used rows is the question. Okay, I have a feeling this is going to be a dumb example. It's like, okay, yeah, but you're already selecting it. Yeah, hence it's 8. However, if you do range just A to A rows, does it actually stop at the proper count? We need to supply a range of. Imagine the scenario where we need to find the last used of any column. Range A1 to move to the last used cell from, okay. And I see. Okay, so I kind of remember investigating this, except that actually looked like a property. Now it's acting more like a method. And also it complained about the fact that it was missing something in it. Well, Excel down. And this might very well be our solution to all of our problems. So what if we do I need to be able to add a new sheet to the document. Can I find it here or in here? Nope. Application. So I'm guessing it's in the application. Methods. Add custom list sheet. Apparently not. But it's not really application, but sort of workbook, worksheet. Sheet. Range. What's that range? Sheets as a awesome. So it's like singleton. Creates a new worksheet chart of macro sheet. New worksheet becomes the active sheet. Okay, that's actually good. So we do something like expression.add sheets.add. So in other words, when we come here, we do sheets add add before after counts. Before would do. Confused. Required optional variants. Count 1 type. An object that specifies the sheet before which the new sheet is. You know, I'm not going to bother. This syntax is so weird. Just add and then active. What do you mean? Expected. What are you expecting? Variable that represents a sheet's object. What? Maybe this actually doesn't do it. So I guess I really have to do this before the last worksheet in the app. Do this. Copy. Then active sheet. Name is without 16. Here's the lovely. Let's pretend we are selecting C1 in the new sheet, because why not? And then in active cell, we do formula or value, okay, equals to range in how do I go to sheet 1? I go like this. I do something like this, except it's sheet 1. This. I do A1. And here are my options. It's Excel down. Dude, I'm still writing. Relax. And down and count. So that should give me 10,000 in C1. So usual. We don't really need this anymore. Copy this just in case. Save. I'm actually happy with my formula, right? And I copied that to somewhere, I hope. Of course not. Too smart for my own good. Done. So let's revert things. Close. Hi. This one. Now we'll refer to this bad boy. So everything is reset. So we will first relabel this sheet to sheet 1. We will select A, C, D, E, F, G, I, A, U, and A, T, and then we'll get rid of them, which will leave us with B. Okay. And pretty much everything after I will also keep H. Okay. And then we'll add a new sheet. We will label that without FM16, and that will come actually right before this. Then in its C1 here, we should see the total number of cells in this old sheet. So here we go. View macros, run. It says 1 here. This should have said 10,000. This is still kind of good news though. That means the universe is still intact. There's no singularity created here. The range A1 and Excel down. I thought this was going to give us except maybe I actually follow all the steps. Row is a bit premature. I said count and just this. Let's do it again. Close. We are used to this now. This time without the preamble, I'm triggering things. 10,000. Bingo. Now that is going to be the value of a formula that is going to be put somewhere here. So the value, actually, this is no longer the value. Smarten up, relax. You're rushing me. I'm still writing here. Okay, formula. This is the formula. And this actually comes with this, as far as I remember. Relax, buddy. So this is this value has to be the value in here. So how am I going to inject it into something that looks like a string? It's sort of like, what is it called? String interpolation. So I guess in one late afternoon, I'm learning VBA. That's kind of unexpected, but it's life. I've never done this before. It's a bit wonky, but makes sense. So I'm just going to copy you. Actually, I'm just going to pretend that you are here, so you'd stop freaking out, okay? So be there, relax. Find last used row. In the above method, the last row stops to select if there's any breakpoint. This method becomes last used row without any problems. Yeah, sometimes I think it does, like, when there is a gap, it stops there. I don't think it will matter because our data is continuous anyway. So thank you, sir, Wall Street Mojo. We might actually come back here for other things. So question remains, how do I... Dude, relax. So apparently it doesn't like this. I kind of remember it talked about double quotes and such. Anyway, so this 10,000 that we calculated and we stuck here, that has to be the new reality for this part. So we are looking for string interpolation. Yay. What is the VBA equivalent of this? My string is row row, so this should say 1 1. 1 column 1. Bit loud for me. Place. Hello world. Format. Do we have format? Version format. Then you have string as the expression. And then there's the format. Looks a bit different though. As far as I remember from good old days, something different. Yeah, that you are passing as many as you want after this comma. So S corresponds to 0, world corresponds to 1. In this area though, it seems to be working that way. This works well enough, I believe. Dollar and row and sort of sandwiched. So it's like this is going to be 1 column 1 because it's dollar here. Can we get away with this? This is all string, 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 string. Dollar. Actually, this guy said he wants dollar as part of the string. Okay, so the dollar is not a special notation. This could have been ABC. But he wants the value of row 1. So this should read $1, whatever $1. In other words, you are just separating it with cents. The value is injected here. Okay, so this row is this could very well be an integer. I don't know. Relax, buddy, relax. Call it row. Okay. Row is this. And then we do don't format. Get this AZ. You do this. This is where the row comes in. And then another ampersand. We are still continuing the string. This is still where we are continuing the string. So this 15,000 will be replaced with row. Another ampersand. This. I'm hoping this is actually true. This might work. Fingers crossed. Copy as usual. Undo yourself. Here goes nothing. View macros. View macros. Run. Ooh. Application defined or up. If I say debug, it's gonna. Okay, it freaked out here. Sense. Before I write this, let's just comment this out. Let's take this bad boy. Let's make sure our original plan is working. That. No. Yeah. If this is working, because we know this formula works, but I don't know if it's going to work with the single quotes here or not, because the range problem has been resolved. If we could figure this one out, then maybe our mistake here is in the ampersands. So let's not mix those two things up. Save. Okay. Actually cut the debug. Okay, save. Close the file. Open the file. So we are going to switch to the next sheet with the proper, like after the proper naming is done. And this formula is going to paste this formula will be pasted into C1 instead of A1. I'm okay with that too. Run it. So yeah, that's actually where we have the problem. Let's go to the documentation and let's read about formula and whether the formula can have strings. Properties. No, range method. It is not a method, it's a property, it's a formula property. It's double quote. Interesting. So it's this. Well, nobody said VB is a beautiful language, right? Said myself. Where are we exactly? We do this. We go here, we close and restart. Save. We open it. You hit it. Sort of did, but then it put this. So good. What is this? Maybe I should switch to R1C1. There was. Maybe when you're applying formula, don't do this. So it actually think maybe that's what I did wrong, right? Let me see if I. No, you have formula R1 C1 equals double quote equals the formula itself, which happens to be filter here. Let's save it. Start again. Is there a way to revert this so that I don't end up doing this? close, save, hence revert. View macros, run it. Says, I don't know. This looks wonky. But look, the ampersand is gone. Sorry, the at sign is gone. The formula looks wrong. It has single quotes here. So let's fix that. Why is that happening? Can we actually trick this? Let's do it this way. So we know this formula works. We master this shit. This is not it. It's here. Let's start recording another macro, and in fact it's going to be macro 3. I don't care, it's right there. It's here. So then we do something like, well, you come here and you paste this, does something, and I stop recording it. Now we look at the value. Come here, macro 3. We'll most likely delete this. Formula 2, R1C1 equals... It's our business again. Let's try to make sense of this. Filter, sheet 1, R, -3. Why is it even 49? I kind of understand, like, okay, that makes, this part is sort of making sense. This is sort of adding up to 15,000. I kind of get that. Where do you get the, okay, maybe because we have 47 or 51 columns there. That's also. So this part is solid. This didn't actually do its thing. After 10 minutes, stream will be over. So if this simple case doesn't work, how about we don't complicate it like this? The fact that this is happening in here, -3, is because it's discrepancy here, right? Okay, so let's do it this way. How about we undo? Come here. Record another one. Nope, not that. Record. Go 4. Paste this. Stop. There's also this character here. Okay, I guess that's because it wants to push it to the next line. Here's an interesting fact. This plus 1 is the 15,000, my arbitrary number. Is it going to be 52 columns? Actually, we can kind of count that. So we go all the way to Z. That's how many characters? 29. And then we have from A to L. Actually, no, I'm wrong. Right now, I'm so tired. Yeah, 26 Turkish alphabet, 29. That will make a huge difference. So 26 and 30. 38. 38. Normally. Here. Right? Or 8, 12, 38 columns. So then why are you counting it as 51? Okay, we are not looking here. It's 51. Oh, I know why. Because I'm kind of forcing it to. When I say AZ, this is another 26. So this is always this number plus 1. So this is actually 52. From A to Z, it's 26. And from AA to AZ, another 26. In other words, from A to AZ, you have. So this is forcing it to be 52 column. So even that could be calculated. In other words, the value that I'm going to inject here could be something like this. Here it is going to be total number of columns we have. Let's just create another, say total rows. Okay. There is no line copy. Okay. Total. This probably shouldn't be long. Total rows. Yeah, relax, buddy. Range. A1. This is going Excel down. This should go Excel to right. All. We said row think it chooses this, but it means this. Why did it not choose this? Okay, I think they are both the same. Maybe it's not case sensitive. Either way, let's see if this formula is going to check out. Said something here didn't work because yeah, I have to now figure out how to inject, and whether I pull that off tonight or not, you won't see it because that's the end of the stream. So another day we'll look into how to make sense. Yeah, it's going to take a while, but the end goal is still the same. We want to make sense of historical data, and that is topic for the next streams. But that's it for tonight. Good one, and see you later.